So yeah, welcome back to Twilight Princess. When we left off, we had just entered the Arbiter's grounds. So let's get back to it. Spooky. Yeah, that's about the most random thing ever, Coffee Bean. But I mean, I'm not gonna complain about daily goat pics. Oh my god, camera, please. That was interesting. He's a show goat. He better make an auction in county. Oh god, I'm gonna sink. There we go. Don't like the look of that. Get me the fuck out of here. Play any horror games lately? And I can't say that I have, no. Can't say that I have. I mean, unless you count Majora's Mask. There are definitely some horrifying things about that game. Got it. Nailed it. And now we shall learn to hunt the pose. Wolf wielding the Master Sword like Sif. That'd be pretty sick. Come here. I don't know, does this count as a horror game? Because I don't know if you're seeing the shit I have to fight in here. But I'm pretty sure it gave some kids nightmares. If I had to guess. Ow. Stupid rats. By the way, I just want to take a moment to really appreciate the combat in this game compared to other Zeldas. This is the only Zelda where you can use your sword while moving. See, look at that. Literally every other Zelda game, when you press attack, you stop in your tracks. But this game, you can even charge up a spin attack. Or at least partially. While moving. And that's in addition to the hidden skills that you learn from the hero's shade. So yeah, I'd say easily my favorite combat system in a Zelda game. You know, as a human at least. Wolf Link, you don't have quite as many options, but... But even as Wolf Link, the combat can be pretty cool. Of course, Midna is a big help with that. This is the room I was just in. Yay. Oh, cool. Weird that a chest with a piece of heart is just, you know, out in the open like that. Of course, it could be bait. And it almost got me. Okay. Banana, banana. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that was scary. I'm missing something. Oh, that would do it. Yo, what up, Taro? The good Zelda game today? You know it. Well, one of the good Zelda games. Definitely my favorite Zelda game, that's for sure. Just drank a whole cup of bad milk? Why? Bad like it didn't taste good, or bad like it expired? What are you doing, coffee? Didn't catch the aftertaste until you chugged the whole thing? Oh my god. Hey Brooke, welcome back. How's how are you adjusting to life with a significantly less hairy husband? Our vacuum will be happy. You might just die, don't do that. Got him. I disagree. Yeah, don't die, coffee. ...2020 was almost 3 years ago. Stop. Just don't. Get us out of here, Midna. There we go. This is how we get across. Remember when we wanted to raid Area 51? What's this wee shit? I never wanted any of that smoke. I remember people being like, yeah, we're gonna raid Area 51. And I thought to myself, wow, that sounds like a really great way to end up fucking dead. Because an armed agent of the US government is totally gonna lower his weapon. If you say, it's just a meme, bro. They can't shoot all of us if we run fast. I mean, I'm pretty sure they can. All that effort for a fucking stamp. I haven't seen you sprint. That's true. That is technically true. But I'm pretty sure you can't outrun a bullet. Let's say you even get to the base now. What, you aren't going to have the clearance to get inside? Well, if the manifesto is to be believed, the end goal was the clapping of alien cheeks, if I remember correctly. Yeah, can we not talk about raiding the Pentagon in my Twitch chat? Even if it is a meme. Yeah, sorry, Coffee. I'm gonna give you a purge for that one. Like, I'm all for jokes and stuff, but Uncle Sam ain't someone I want to fuck with. This dungeon feels like a lot of pulling the same chain over and over again. It's been different chains. No treason in chat. Alright, I'm missing something. Of course, what else is new, right? What's up, Volbeats? Oh, the center's hollowed out. Okay. That's what I was missing. There we go. I swear to God, if this bomb goes off as soon as the cutscene's over. Hey, what do you know? It worked. Nice. Volbeats, with the loss of your hair, do you feel like you're half the man you used to be? At least in terms of your mass? Also, can we get a shout out for Volbeats, please? There was a lot of mass. Did it have an effect? You know, one might say... a mass effect? Troll. Oh, hey, Tech. What's up, dude? Thanks for doing that shout out. Your internet is not doing too great, but you're hanging out. Well, I appreciate that. Wouldn't say half the man, maybe 2/3. Don't ruin my musical reference. How dare you? Oh man, I'm still missing one. Whack. Hey Cole, what's up? Welcome back. Your cat just sneezed into your open eye. What do you do in this situation? Thank your overlord and ask for another? Be grateful. Be grateful 'twas but a sneeze, and not a true exercise of its phenomenal cosmic power. That would undoubtedly end badly for your mortal form. Batman does have cosmic power, alright. Well, that's at least one Batman who does. Troll. You know, or powers of any kind. I mean, I don't want to talk too much shit, you know, because thanks to Batman, and Iron Man for that matter, we now definitively know that the greatest superpower is being just balls ludicrously wealthy. And I can get behind that. Cosmic-sized poops. He's also ripped and looks like a silverback gorilla. I mean, all of this just sounds like Batman so far. That's what Elon Musk thinks about himself? What, that wealth is the greatest superpower? Thinks he's Tony Stark? Nah, I don't know about that. I don't think he believes himself to be cool enough to be Tony Stark. He believes he's someone far more mundane. You know, like Jesus Christ, for instance. That was an interesting sentence to return to. Hey Shaw, welcome back. You don't have to miss me. I'm here pretty regularly these days. But I appreciate any time you can spare. I'm missing something. Can't jump on as much as you want to, sad face. That's alright, bud. Anytime you can spare is greatly appreciated. Even if it's not very much at all. That's fine. You got your life. I understand. I'll miss you. But I'll be here when you get back. Should really work on your college chemistry stuff, but also you're lazy. College chemistry is really hard. It can get pretty difficult, yeah. Like alchemy, but real. Yeah, that's a pretty good description of chemistry. Oh shit. Yeah, pharmacology is just applied chemistry and biology. Well, really it's applied biology, and biology is applied chemistry. And chemistry is applied physics, and physics is applied math. And math is applied philosophy. So you see, everything comes back to philosophy. And if you don't believe me, there's actually, or at least there was, I don't know if there still is, a website dedicated to the fun little fact that if you start on any random Wikipedia page and continuously click the first blue hyperlink, that isn't in parentheses, the vast majority of the time, you will end up at the page for philosophy. Like, well over 70% of the time. The only exceptions to this are if you end up in a page with no hyperlinks, or you end up in a loop. Those are the only exceptions. Aha! No, for fuck's sake. I hear him. There you are. Come on, bitch. Math was supposed to be applied logic, but some super mathematicians, Russell and Godel, you think, proved that logic cannot reproduce math? Well, I mean, logic is part of philosophy, right? So my point stands. And yeah, unfortunately there are some axioms that you just have to accept. Otherwise you end up with the trickster god hypothesis and Descartes, and you just end up a solipsist. And at that point there's no reason to accept anything. Yeah, the set of all sets that don't include themselves. Does that set include itself or not? Yes. No key for me, alright. At least not yet. You think the don't shouldn't be in there? See, now you're just trying to confuse yourself. forget how the undecidability went. Well, I'm curious how much of it is actually an inconsistency and how much of it is a linguistic trick. Because that does matter. As much as it might sound like a cop-out to say this, I mean, the fact of the matter is, if logic is objective, that doesn't mean that logic is faulty just because we can't find the language to adequately express it. You know what I mean? Just because something is inexplicted, it doesn't mean it's inexplicable. Oh, you fuckers. You know, shit like, the following statement is true, the previous statement is false. Is that really a failing of logic or language? You know, and I'm not going to definitively say, yes, it is a failing of language, but it is something I wonder. Come on, Link. Don't think the claim is that logic is faulty, just that mathematicians can't rest on certain simple logical rules. Yeah, I do think that's reasonable. Yay. You have a new guilty pleasure, emphasis on the guilty. I'm going to say... if we're guessing, which it sounds like we are... modding Doki Doki Literature Club. Also, could we get a shout out from Murloc, please? No, you actually like Doki Doki Literature Club? Well, that's new. Or new-ish, at least. Because I remember bringing up DDLC modding back when you were playing Halo Infinite. And you were all like, ugh, weeb shit. Thanks, Tech. I don't know, Murloc, what is your guilty pleasure? A psychological horror game on Steam? Is it Soma? Oh wait, no, that wasn't a hint. I don't know, give me one hint. Give me one hint. Because with you it could be fucking anything. Would have never expected yourself to be doing this 2 weeks ago. Abstaining from masturbation. I don't know. That's not much of a hint. There's probably a lot of things that would apply to. Like, I don't know, are you smoking the reefer? Hiring prostitutes? Are you shooting up heroin? There's probably tons of stuff. Same hint, but you vehemently despised this with all your soul 2 weeks ago. Is this something that I knew you vehemently despised? Like we talked about this? How recently? No, Murloc loves Dark Souls 2. It's not that. Whoops. Shit. Go, Link, go. Something that is very popular. You watched Evangelion, didn't you? No? But am I in the right ballpark? He said guilty pleasure, not soul-crushing mortal sin. Man, I love Evangelion. Don't diss Evangelion. I'm warmer. Well, I mean, at least confirm for me it's an anime of some kind. Son of a bitch. It is not anime. Is it something anime adjacent? Now it is? Cyberpunk? I don't know, I give up. I got no more guesses left. Evangelion is sick? Amen. You think you really like Fortnite? How could you? You were the chosen one. Alright, and this is gonna be a stamp or something stupid. No, water bombs. Next you'll be attending mass. Fortnite is kind of like a religion, isn't it? Surpassed the threshold of ridiculousness. Where it's no longer cringe and the no build mode a while back made the gameplay actually fun. Interesting. We live in a world where Goku can hit the gritty on Naruto in front of Ariana Grande. What? What? What does that mean? Oh. They are in Fortnite, I suppose. I guess. It's like modded Jedi Academy games. Murloc, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, this is just... I mean, how could you? It's unironically good. It's become self-aware of how ridiculous it is. Also has a Halo-style forge where people make rad custom games. I missed a chest. Let me go back. Let me go back. Now what the fuck am I supposed to do about this? Huh? Oh, this I suppose. No, Link, you son of a whore. Whatever, fuck it. Someone went and added a self-described Souls-like to the custom games. Plays more like Remnant, but still. So they made a really hard Fortnite level. Can you get your spinny topper on the rail above that chamber? I'm not sure which rail you're referring to. You mean this rail? That's what I tried to do. Am I riding a Beyblade? Essentially, yes. Not really that hard. More just a linear PvE adventure with interconnected shortcuts, progression, checkpoints, bosses, and stuff. Sounds more Souls-like than a lot of shit I've seen. God damn it. Souls-like is definitely overused these days where it doesn't apply like boomer shooter. Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. Canonically in Beyblade, Moses parted the Red Sea with a top. Yeah, I missed that whole, the whole Beyblade thing. I think I was too old for it by that point. Alright, let's fight a boss. Is Sekiro a Souls-like? Everything after Dark Souls is a Souls-like. But this is truly a bittersweet reunion. Enjoy. For I fear this is the last time I will see you alive. But here's the most guilty part. It gets worse. What does that make Demon Souls? The originator of the Souls genre. Every game that has been made after Dark Souls, every game that emulates Dark Souls that came after Dark Souls is a Souls-like. I would argue including games made by FromSoft themselves. Completely forgot about phase 1 of this boss. Yeah, it's definitely not as memorable as phase 2. This guy seems to have a bone to pick with me. Well, that's unfortunate for him. No matter how he wants to spin it. You want a Dark Souls crossover in Fortnite now? No. No. I'm telling you, no. You're not allowed to have it. You're telling me yes? I don't care what you're telling me. The great thing about Dark Souls was that it didn't do stupid shit like that. It doesn't affect you? Well, that's where you're wrong. It does affect me. Because it hurts my soul. Master Chief is already in? Yeah, and that sucks. Used to agree, now you think it's rad? That's because you just... Because you like Fortnite now. So you want everything in Fortnite. None of this should matter to you if you don't play Fortnite, Lamau, sorry. Okay, look. You're talking to a guy who doesn't like the fact that when most people think of Link nowadays, they think of a right-handed dude wearing blue, alright? You're talking to someone who doesn't like the fact that when most people think of Ornstein and Smo, they think of armor sets in Dark Souls 3. How much do you think it would bother me if when most people thought of Solaire, they thought of a Fortnite skin? I am a bit of an oddball, and you know what? I make no apologies for that. In the immortal words of Popeye the Sailor Man, I am what I am. What the fuck? That didn't hit him? I am what I am, and that's all that I am. His boomer character arc? Why, because I don't like Fortnite? Dude, the weirdest thing just happened. You're all like, back in my day, Dark Souls would have never done a crossover with Fortnite? Yeah, it wouldn't have. And it shouldn't. I mean, Fortnite didn't exist back then. So obviously they wouldn't have, but... We did it. Hooray. Alright, let's go. We're close to the mirror of Twilight. Doubt there will ever be Dark Souls in Fortnite. I mean, the last time around there was barely Dark Souls in Dark Souls. You have a headcanon that Epic has been petitioning Miyazaki relentlessly to get Dark Souls in Fortnite, and he's being a stubborn old boomer like Dan. He is being a smart person because he knows that to put Dark Souls in Fortnite would devalue Dark Souls. You know, turn it into just another thing that was in that Fortnite game. To put Dark Souls in Fortnite would do nothing to Dark Souls? You're wrong. How an IP is handled, even years after the last associated release, absolutely handles how that IP is perceived. Look how people started talking about Dark Souls after Dark Souls 3 came out. Look how people started talking about Ocarina of Time once Breath of the Wild came around. Games that were once widely accepted to be among the best ever made, and I would argue still are, all of a sudden weren't, because they weren't the new hotness. Indiana Jones is in Fortnite, the kids don't know who that is, and they'll never care. Exactly, so why is he in there? What's the point? If the kids don't know who Indiana Jones is, Fortnite is not a sequel to Dark Souls? I mean, you're right. Obviously, but... Like, just the fact that there was a Solaire amiibo was weird as fuck. Like, I can't be the only one who thought that, right? Because, I mean, the thing that worries me is, like... Look, I've never been a fan of these online games as a service setups. Because look how many MMOs are just fucking dead. And you literally can't play them. Because everybody else decided to stop playing them. They're actually lost forever. You know, a game like this, it's been 16 years, and I can load it up and play it with no issue. With no issue at all. Will I be able to play Fortnite in 15 years? It is dope. The only amiibo you own. I own 3. I have the Link from Smash, because it's Link from this game. I have the Zelda from Smash, because it's Zelda from this game. And I have Wolf Link, because it came with this game. If Fortnite is fleeting, then why is it a problem for it to add Dark Souls stuff? Because that attaches Dark Souls to... How do I put this into words? It reduces Dark Souls to just another smaller franchise that should be thankful that it got to play in Big Papa Epic Games' playground until all the Zoomers got bored and moved on to the Furby hovercraft or whatever's next. You who are guided by fate, you who possess the crest of the goddess, hear us. At the command of the goddesses, we sages have guarded the mirror of Twilight since ancient times. You seek it, but the mirror of Twilight has been fragmented by mighty magic. That magic is a dark power that only he possesses. His name is... Ganondorf. See, he's human, so he's Ganondorf. Still haven't let it go. DBZ and Star Wars. Alright, I don't know the state of DBZ these days, because I haven't watched it since I was a kid. But if you're trying to tell me that Star Wars is in a good place, you're not making the argument you think you are. He was the leader of a band of thieves who... Oh, okay. He was known as a demon thief, an evil magic wielder renowned for his ruthlessness. But he was blind. In all of his fury and might, he was blind to any danger, and thus he was exposed, subdued, and brought to justice. Yet, by some divine prank, he too had been blessed with the chosen power of the gods. Thought Ganon wasn't human. Technically, none of these characters are human. They're Hylian or Gerudo or whatever. Ganondorf is a Gerudo person. When he turns into the giant pig monster, that's when he's referred to as Ganon. Thought he was a rare male in a species of mostly females? He is. That's why he was the king. Murloc, you're listing things that I would expect to see in something like Fortnite. Things that are owned by entities who don't give two squirts a piss about, you know, the integrity and public perception of that property as long as it's making them money. Which, don't get me wrong, I love Marvel. I love Star Wars. But they were always things that were made to sell toys. You know what I mean? Alright, Murloc, we'll be here. Perhaps that evil power has been passed on to Zant. You're just now figuring out where Zant got his power? It's far too late. And I should say, that isn't inherently negative. You know, one of my favorite movies of all time, you know, the original Transformers movie from 1986, is a movie adaptation made to sell toys of a television series that exists solely to sell toys. The artless does have a right to exist. I'm not making that argument. But do we have to put fucking everything in everything? Especially fucking Fortnite? Only the true leader of the Twilight can utterly destroy the Mirror of Twilight, so Zant could merely break it into pieces. Once broken by magic, the Mirror of Twilight became fragments, which even now lie hidden across the land of Hyrule. One is in the snowy mountain heights. One is in an ancient grove. And one is in the heavens. You who have been sent by the goddesses, you should be able to gather the three pieces. But you must be prepared, for a dangerous power resides in those fragments. To answer your question, Volbeats, yes. I do believe Snow Place is next. That being Snow Peak.
Any breakfast, you?
No, I don't believe there were any Nintendo properties in Fortnite. Nintendo would much rather put other properties in Smash. Hard to check, the store is on a rotation. What? Greetings, Mr. I have come to deliver a letter. It is a letter from Barnes. This game would be so much shorter if everyone wasn't needlessly cryptic in their dialogue. See, here's the thing about Twilight Princess. The crypticness of the dialogue doesn't actually matter that much, because there's actually, like, a critical path. There's a path that you follow linearly to advance the story. You can deviate from that path, but you can only really make progress along that one path. As opposed to what Zelda apparently is now, which is Link. Fuck around until Hyrule is saved. Like, I mean, I already know what dungeons they're referring to. Snow Peak, the Temple of Time, and the City in the Sky. But I mean, I've played this game before, but even if I hadn't, like, it's a traditional 3D Zelda, so I know one of them is what I'm supposed to do next. Shay mentioned Snow Peak Mountain and headed off. Alright, there we go. But how would Link know that? You'll see how he ends up there. As the game progresses. I mean, it's a little more subtle than, you know, a map marker directing you to a gigantic mech. But it does make sense within the context of the story. How would in the heavens communicate a specific location to him? I mean, you have to keep in mind, the sages might not even know the specific location. Just that it's in the heavens. If they knew where it was, you know, specifically where in the heavens, maybe they would have gone and gotten it by now. Some nautical coordinates, you opaque bastards. I mean, if you think that's obscure, you know, try doing the Triforce hunt in Wind Waker for the first time without a guide. That's opaque. Hey, you're yeah? I've heard great things about you. Selma looks out for me, so I step by her bar pretty often. I'm a Shay. Anyway, what are you doing in a dangerous place like this? Ever since Zora's domain got covered in ice, this mountain's been much colder than usual, yeah? Not only that, but I heard a really weird story from the Zoras. Apparently, the beast that lives somewhere on this mountain has been seen frequently in Zora's domain. I was curious, so I came and waited, and as they said, a giant appeared. Yeah, it looked like this. Thanks. Opaque bastards was in reference to the ghost dudes because they are ghosts and dead. I mean, I don't think they're dead, considering in that cutscene Ganondorf killed one of them. But I don't think they're quite alive either. And even if they were ghosts, so yeah, wouldn't they be transparent? Alright, so we need to catch a red fish. Not coffee, I knew what you meant. Don't worry about it. I mix up words all the time. I mean, anybody who watches me regularly probably thinks I sound like a blithering idiot. But no, it was just funny that you mixed up those two particular words. Because opaque can also, you know, be used as a metaphor for not being forthcoming with information, you know? Oh, there's too many people watching. Alright, let's go find that Zora prince. And show him this sketch. What have we got here? Oh, cool. That's a waste. Considering my wallet's full. Ow. Dickhead. But no, I just leave the things I like alone, okay? Is your name... My mother came to me in a dream. She showed me your image. She spoke of a youth who would save our domain and steer my fate. One named... How is this game connected to Majora's Mask? It takes place generations after Majora's Mask. I must thank you for all you've done. If there is anything I can ever do for you, please tell me. Please. Well, now that you mention it... The Beast Man of the Snowy Mountain, perhaps? But more important is this red fish it is holding. It must be a reek fish. That is a rare specimen found only in the Zora village. Dark Souls can be left alone, I just want them to allow Fortnite to get better. And you think that wearing the skin of Dark Souls would make Fortnite better? How do you know it's in the same branch of the timeline? By looking at the timeline. It feeds on a valuable type of coral, and without that bait, even our best fishers cannot catch one. Look closely, my earring is made of this coral. I would like to give it to you. Why, thank you. Add it as a hook for your fishing rod. With this, you can now catch reek fish. Like, I don't understand what you're asking, Coffee. You said you looked at the timeline, but... If you look at the timeline, it's on the timeline. After Majora's Mask. As I look at you, I get a sense of what my mother wanted, what I should be doing now. I will return to my village. The reek fish can be found near the mother and child rocks in the waterfall basin near my village. The fish are red, so I think you should be able to spot them. He said to the colorblind dude. Majora's Mask is in Breath of the Wild. Yes. What's your point? But there's nothing in-game to indicate that Majora's Mask's events occurred. There is, though. I mean, for one thing, this isn't the same Link. So it's not like he's gonna have any memory of it. The hero Shade, who teaches this Link all of those fancy sword techniques, is the spirit of the Link from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And part of him finding the hero Shade to learn those techniques is the use of magical songs, and some of those songs are from Majora's Mask. Plus, Majora's Mask also didn't take place in Termina. Or didn't take place in Hyrule, it took place in Termina. This is Hyrule. Not only a completely different land, but a completely different dimension. Just wanted to bring it up. Yeah, I'm not sure that's canon. Isn't that like part of a DLC? Because if that's the case, then those little DLC find an item quest things also include a Xenoblade crossover, so the further away that shit is from canon, the better. Honestly, the further away Breath of the Wild is from canon, the better. They gave Link a motorcycle. A fucking motorcycle. I mean, Jesus tits. If it's in the game, it's in the game, you feel me? No, I do not feel you. Majora's Mask is also in A Link Between Worlds, and that on another branch of the timeline. Give you a reason for that? The developers wanted to make a visual reference. Like, in this game, there's a portrait of a landscape from one of the, at the time, Breath of the Wild trailers. How does this have a painting of a game that hasn't happened yet? It's called an Easter egg. Xenoblade Chronicles is the same timeline as Breath of the Wild? No. No, it's not. painting isn't the same as a genuine important item. Alright, even if you say, well, it's not just an Easter egg. That still doesn't mean it's the actual Majora's Mask, and if it is, obviously it doesn't have the powers that it did in Majora's Mask, otherwise there would be someone trying to conquer the world wearing Majora's Mask. It's an Easter egg. That's it. Majora's Mask is DLC. Soon Zelda will be in Fortnite. I've never been grateful for Nintendo being super protective of their IP until this very moment. I feel bad. I can't pick him up and put him back in the water. Wouldn't put it past Nintendo to not care enough about their IP. No, you don't understand. Nintendo cares about their IP, but only if they're the ones controlling it. How much did they do for its anniversary? See, here's the thing. Nintendo does care about Zelda. They don't care about any Zelda that occurred between 1994 and 2011. Because that was the golden age of 3D Zelda, and nowadays when people think of 3D Zelda, Nintendo wants them thinking about Breath of the Wild. Not about Ocarina of Time, not about Twilight Princess, not even about Wind Waker. And the only reason they put out Skyward Sword HD was because it had been 10 years since the original. And that's what they did with the other 3D Zeldas, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Wind Waker HD came out 10 years after the original, Twilight Princess HD came out 10 years after the original. They were just following a pattern. Companies always want you to think about the newest thing. That is true. But here's the thing about Nintendo. They've been such a big player in the industry for so long. I would argue that they single-handedly have the most extensive and influential back catalog of legacy content in the video game industry. Hey chef, what's up? What about that one random fighting game they made? Not fighting, hack and slash. What, you mean Hyrule Warriors? Well, there's two Hyrule Warriors. There's the Hyrule Warriors that references the entire Zelda franchise pretty much up until that point. And then there's the Hyrule Warriors that's solely based on Breath of the Wild. AKA the game that Breath of the Wild should have been, at least in terms of story. Nintendo has us by the balls. Speak for yourself. Is it any good? I haven't personally played it, but I'm gonna guess no. Dynasty Warrior games never appealed to you? I'd never even heard of Dynasty Warriors until they made Hyrule Warriors. I was like, oh my god, a new Legend of Zelda game? And then I saw the gameplay and I was like, what the fuck is this? It's just setting in that there's a goat in your backyard. It didn't set in when you bought it. He is not an it, his name is Hickory. My apologies. It didn't set in when you bought him.
Oh, do you want it?
I forget how to get up this mountain. Really? Alright. That was my fault. I forgot Link's all-purpose solution to everything. Hit it. Close enough. But no, I honestly think that the original Hyrule Warriors was a bit of a stopgap measure. I mean, if you think about it, between Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild, look how much cool Zelda shit came out. You got a Link Between Worlds, you got remasters of 2 3D Zelda games. Actually, you got remasters of all 4 of the, at the time, existing 3D Zelda games. Because you got Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D. And you got Hyrule Warriors. I think after Skyward Sword, Nintendo was just like, no, we're making another 3D Zelda. Just don't give up on the series yet. We promise it's gonna be good. And then Breath of the Wild was so successful, they're just like, yeah, fuck you. We'll do whatever we want. Just a newer version of the best one. It's a sequel to Link of the Past. And Link to the Past is probably the best 2D Zelda game. Breath of the Wild is a very good game, if you say so. Son of a bitch. Nice. Good job, me. Yeah, Volbeats, you and I must have played different games because I don't see it.
Oh, whoa! I heard ruckus and just a human. I see humans not often, huh? Why human come to snows? You, on spiritual journey, you look for true self?
Yeah, sure.
You look for a long time.
You were high for most of it and had a blast. I think the first half of your sentence there explains most of it.
That was a joke. Yeti's joke too, You look for something else, huh? Tell truth.
This ice dungeon is your favorite one in this game? Yep.
You look for mirror in such faraway place. Why you not say so before? But you make good climb, you lucky to meet me. I found shiny mirror piece. Same mirror you look for, huh? You come to house and see yourself.
Does he have a saddle for a hat? I think so. You literally do not care about the Zelda timeline and all of that, though. So that is something to consider when it comes to enjoyment. Yeah, you and literally everybody except me, apparently. Or, you know, 3D Zelda's identity, so, I mean, whatevs. You have a question? I have an answer. Maybe. Why do I play Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild if I don't like them? Well, as I said when I was playing Wind Waker, that was my first playthrough in about 7 years. So I don't. And also, I play Breath of the Wild on an emulator at 1080p, 144 FPS, with mods. So I can make it closer to the game I actually want it to be. But also, I said I was going to play every Legend of Zelda game. That includes the ones I don't like. Because regardless of whether or not I like them, They are part of the franchise. And if we're celebrating the franchise, we celebrate the whole thing, not just the parts we like.
Dispute human, please.
Yep, the ups and downs. Because unlike certain groups of people, I'm not going to pretend entire chunks of what is basically my favorite video game franchise don't exist. Like, there are things that exist, and it would be disingenuous to pretend they don't. Also, Chef, I don't know if I welcomed you home properly, but welcome home. Why do they have a picture of Queen Rutella? Just figure if I don't have fun playing them, I don't have to force myself. See, something you need to realize is I can have fun playing a game I don't like because I'm streaming it. Like, I had fun playing Wind Waker because I got to hang out with you guys while I did it. And because I got to laugh about parts of the game that I don't like. And we turned Link into Linkle and it was awesome. You know, just because I don't think a game is particularly good doesn't mean that I can't have fun playing it. You know, it's entirely dependent on the context. If I booted up Wind Waker and I wasn't streaming it, I guarantee you I would make it like 10 minutes before I was just like, why am I playing this when I could be playing Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask or Twilight Princess? Or literally any other video game, you know what I mean? You had fun too? Good, I'm glad. That's the important thing. Alright guys, I'll be back in a sec. BRB. All right, I'm back. What am I doing? Who? Sorry, I have sickness. Come closer? No. This was definitely made in a pre-COVID world. I have sickness, come closer. You cute little human. Husband told me you come. You want to look at mirror, huh? My husband found it, but it pretty thing. But since I get mirror, I get sick and then bad monsters appear. So many bad things happen since mirror. So we lock bedroom on 3rd floor where it hangs. I tell you where key is. Alright, cool. You cute little human. I'm gonna use that. Link isn't a human. Yeah, that is one of my big complaints about this game. Is that they use the word human a lot. As if American audiences wouldn't know what a Hylian is. Link is a Hylian. But right now, can't even get up. Would you bring it to me? Start with door right here. Wife look bad, huh? Don't tell her you said that. Not healthy since mirror. So I make soup for her. Fish from Zora village are most nutritious. You tired, huh? You have some, it give you energy. I'm good, thanks. Okay, that didn't work. Frozen fish. What? Oh, the Zora fish. Think you have a slight delay. Are you watching on mobile or... I was gonna say, if you're watching on desktop, try refreshing. That is an interesting question. I've always wondered, what do you guys watch me on? Like, I think I remember Volbeat saying that he and Brooke watch me on a PS4. Volbeat's got, yeah, PS4 delay. Mainly mobile. Interesting. I do basically all of my Twitch viewing on PC. I can't deal with the mobile delay. As of like a month ago, watch from the Twitch app on Samsung. You keep forgetting. Oh, so like right on the TV. I keep forgetting smart TVs are a thing because my TV always has my computer plugged into it. Ow. It's a pumpkin. Sorry, I'm shoveling food in my mouth. You find it out. What? Pumpkin? But why there? Sorry, husband in kitchen right now. Take pumpkin to him. Yo, I brought you a pumpkin. What flavor?
Pumpkin! You have pumpkin, huh?
Oh, sorry. That was a sneeze. I just barely managed to mute in time. You gave pumpkin? Thank you. I maybe remember. Could be that room, I think? Get fucked.
To general.
Right. Only humans can use keys. The whole opposable thumb thing. Hmm. Link's not a human. Shut up, I'm eating. My brain doesn't work when food. Oh my god. Why are you so inconvenient? Whoops. What? Oh, that just hits me right through my block, huh? Oh my god, just throw it. God, you're so annoying. Just fucking attack. Jesus. I'll take this. And we have goat cheese. Food again? Yes, I know. That's why I made food, Midna, because I knew this was coming up. What's up here? That's for future Dan. Fuck you, dog. What happened? Jeez. Did husband move it? Where in the world did we put it? Alright. Needs more punch.
What good smell? What you have, huh?
Perfect ingredient, huh?
Little more time on fire, it'd become gourmet soup. Here, taste.
I mean, might as well, my fairy's gone. You put superb soup in your bottle. It smells quite cheesy. Great. So now we come back to her. Put key in nearby room so no forgetting. How I forget, embarrassing. All right. Get wrecked, you little bastards. I disagree, dude. Alright, so I think now I go get the cannonball. Alright. Sorry about that. Food's done. Meds taken. Chat, you in the game now officially have my undivided attention. Kaboom. Well. Guess we'll just have to go handle that, huh? Get fucked, dude. Shit. This level's pretty cool. You son of a whore. Okay. I swear to God, if this is a stamp. Okay, no, that was actually worth. Alright. Actually worth. What do you think about this game requiring 5 heart pieces? I don't have a huge issue with it. Because there are so many heart pieces to collect. Number 1. And number 2, this game's got a shitload of dungeons, so you're getting heart containers all over the place too, so... More heart containers than previous games, plus... more heart pieces than previous games. It makes sense that they would want to balance that out in some small way, you know? Oh god, all those enemies are gonna be back, aren't they? Son of a whore. Why, what do you think about it, Volbeats? Generally disliked when they changed something that was pretty standard up to that point. I mean... that's not really that big a change, though. Like, it would make sense that if there are more heart pieces, you would have to collect more heart pieces. And also, this game has 8 dungeons. 8 real dungeons. As opposed to Wind Waker's 5. So you have to think that's 8 hearts that Link could potentially pick up just from doing the dungeons alone. That's a lot of hearts. So it was probably either make it 5 heart pieces to Make the math work out. Or cut heart pieces from the game, which I'm sure they probably didn't want to do. Because Link maxes out at what, 20 hearts? Yeah, 20 hearts is a lot. Now imagine if they allowed you to collect even beyond that, which is what the excess heart pieces would allow. Did you just fly through a wall? Fucking magic ice bat. I don't think I have a key. Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't.
Ball to the station.
Oh, hi. Fuck yourself, sir. Oh, the ice on the block puzzle. That's right, I can break it now because ball and chain. Got it. Nice. And now we can do this. And both doors are open. Wonderful. We did it, chat. We successfully block puzzled. That was almost disastrous. Boy, I'm starting to think these Yetis really liked Queen Rutella. Ow. Cheater. There we go. Now. Now we get the cannonball. This is the wrong way. So now the cannonball's out there. We can use it to take out that guy. Yes. Which means we can finally climb that ladder. Brilliant. What's up here, though? The boss door, right. Alright. Ow. 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 Dude's just over here marching. Living his best life. You got the bedroom key. This will let you gain access to the bedroom.
Oh yeah.
Phew, we finally found the key. That sure took a while, but that mirror shard is as good as ours. Oh, you safe, huh? I drank husband's soup. Feel much better, so I come find you. You found key. Good, good. Bedroom right above us. I take you there. You sure your husband's gonna be okay with that? I mean... I don't know. Maybe... Maybe Yetis are like super progressive? But I don't know. I'm pretty sure I can just... Yeah, I don't have to wait for her. There she is. She magically caught up. Wonderful. Thank you. You come inside. Oh my god. I mean, we just met each other. Here, mirror, you look at it. So pretty. Pretty. So pretty. Pretty, pretty mirror, lovely.
Not take mirror.
Monka S. Ow. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Fuck. Fuck. I'm fucked. We did it. Well, we have 2 mirror shards now. 2 more left. Still, I feel bad about the way we treated that girl. To think the Mirror of Twilight has the power to change people like that. This world, all worlds, can be cruel. Preach. Let's hurry up and collect the rest of those pieces. We may have to, before more innocent creatures have to endure the suffering this poor girl did. I really like Midna's character development. She used to not care about anybody but herself, and look at her being all empathetic now. Midna's great. What wrong with me? Chef, if you're still here, he took his saddle hat off.
Very strange. You're just dreaming.
Yeto, mirror you gave.
Forget mirror, Yetta. No, look into eyes of Yeto. Look in reflection of Yeto's eyes. Their true beauty. Who need mirror?
You mean to tell me the power of love can just spawn heart containers? Where's Princess Zelda? Now back to Castletown. Let me skip the mailman. A letter from Yetta. We literally just left them. I feel bad, you paid me visit and I not much help. I feel better now, husband and I sled lots now. Very much fun. You join us at Snow Peak sometime. Alright. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. The Beast of Snow Peak hasn't appeared in Zora's domain since its last visit. In the end, the troubles in Hyrule and the events on Snow Peak were beyond even my imagination. Honestly, there's gotta be someone who knows what really happened. That would be me! I wonder if the sacred grove that Russell mentioned is near this mark. And there we go, that's where we're headed next. Oh hey look, it's the mailman. What to order, what to order? I do believe I will start with meat. Man after my own heart. You know, except the whole weirdo who chases people around Hyrule part. So I suppose that is his job, isn't it? Now, Barnes sent me a letter about something. So we should probably go check that out. Oh, plus there's another hidden skill there, so...
What do you think?
So let's go see the hero Shade. And then we'll talk to Barnes, because if I remember correctly, there's a side quest involving a very large explosive. And I don't want to get caught up doing that and then have to come back here.
We meet again. There are but a few hidden skills left for me to teach you. I have warned you of this before, but if you fail to execute the hidden skill I am about to teach you, your life may be forfeit. Do you still wish to master this skill? Very well. But before we begin, I must test you to ensure that you have mastered the last secret I taught you, the mortal draw. Excellent. It appears you are certainly capable of performing my lost art. Very well. My sixth hidden skill is the jump strike. Let it be hewn into your mind. One of the basic sword techniques is the jump attack. It inflicts great damage, but none would call it effective against multiple foes. To perform the jump strike, prepare a jump attack, but focus power in your blade. The surge the blade releases can strike all enemies around you. This is the jump strike. Impressive. Do not forget the timing for releasing the power you just felt.
It's open, Murloc. Not enter. Open.
There is but one hidden skill left for me to pass on to you. You are already endowed with the strength required of the hero. Do you not already feel the courage granted by this step as it guides you step by step toward your true enemy? I meant granted by this strength. Lel. Believe in your strength. Continue to push forward unflinchingly and without straying from your path. May we meet again.
Alright, now whatever Barnes wants. Oh, there could be stuff here. No, it's just rupee. Just rupees. What about in here? Boo. Alright, let's go see what Barnes wants. Hey yo, butthole, I got your letter. Finally got my entire bomb repertoire back in order. Ain't they a bunch of beauts? Take a good gander in Master Barnes' hand. Homemade bombs. Yeah, I'm good. We should probably check out the general store, too. See if Mallow's got anything. I don't know if these posters were here last time. Welcome to Mallow Mart! I have heard from a reliable source that shops in Hyrule Castletown are gouging prices, crushing folks under the thumb of commerce. Well, fear not, brudda, for Malomart has proposed a townspeople relief plan as an answer to the lamentations of the common man. Phase 1, repair the broken bridge leading from East Castletown to the field in order to improve traffic. Phase 2, buy that Castletown shop and sell products to the town at reduced prices. You have heard me right, brudda. There's a problem, however. The finances for the execution of this glorious plan are lacking. Please, brudda, offer some financial support to aid in the purchase of the Castletown shop.
Hey, buy something. Time is money. If you're done shopping, then quit wasting both. I heard there's a lot of price gouging going on in the shops of Hyrule Castletown. People are pretty upset, I hear. I loathe people who take advantage of the poor, unwashed masses. Give to my Castletown shop fund so I can finance a shop there.
1,000 rupees! Alright, fine. You know what? Here you go. Not this voice. It's the perfect voice for him. I presume you're talking about Mallow. Yeah. Nice. Treasure? Oh my god. Another heart container. Awesome. Yeah, see what I mean, Volby? It's like right there. There's heart containers all over the fucking place. Can I blow you up? It would appear not. What about you? I'm guessing no. Halfway to 20. We're not going to be reaching 20. Not even close. So anyway.
The best way to be great is what you need. Steps and you need paper. Zero plus
It has been a while since we took a walk in the forest, huh? Yes, and how our world has changed. I knew you would come. I have heard of your brave acts from Telma. I have known her circle of friends since my youth, and of late, we have begun to work toward a common goal. So, let me tell you a story. Do you know about the far side of this deep gorge? Some say there is an ancient temple in the woods that guards a sacred power. The ancestors of the Hylians created the temple. Signs of their civilization, ancient but very sophisticated, are everywhere. If someone could obtain the power of those ancient people, well, I am sure it would go a long way towards saving Hyrule. Would you take on this task? Would you cross the gorge and find the ancient power sleeping in the temple? I knew you would. To cross the gorge, just use my partner here. Do you doubt my partner's skills? Yes. He flies like a dream, believe me. Well, you will definitely make it across the gorge. Wait and see, my doubting friend. Alright. what do you know? Wait here. I was like, where the fuck is the chicken? I'm taking him with me. Aww. They took my chicken away. Oh, not you again. All of y'all get fucked. Yay.
We give you
I wonder how many pose I'm up to. That's the wrong button, Dan. 16? Wow. What's up, dude? Welcome back. How you doing, my dude? Just ate a gigantic lunch peepo fat. Nice. How you doing? Oh my god. Murloc, please. You're a Fortnite gamer now? You're fired. Several ultimate #1 victory supremes. So that's why you like it. Cause you're dunking on all the kids who play it. Because your opponents are literal children. The kids mostly dunk on you. But sometimes this old man gets a leg up on him. Tell them all about how much life is gonna suck when they get old. What the fuck is hitting the gritty? Is that even English? a dance. Oh my god. No, I do not hit the gritty. Or anything else. Yeah, I'm with Dew. I actually feel dumber for knowing that now. If you listen carefully, you can actually hear the collective IQ of this chat dropping. You're too far gone? Nah, we just need to load you up with Halo and Dark Souls and Cyberpunk. Yeah, how about that? There's your salvation, Murloc. 1.06 for Cyberpunk supposedly isn't far away. Rotates it back in the shop. Okay, see, that's the problem. That's the problem with the game right there. It has a shop. It's free, then it's not a shop. Also, it's definitely not free. V-Bucks are a thing, that I do know. I know that term from all the cringe that I've seen related to the game. The game is free? Well, and based on what I've seen, worth every penny. It does get worse. What in the blue spotted fuck are you talking about? You bought V-Bucks? You spent money on Fortnite. Are you fucking kidding me? What's my opinion on Darkest Dungeon? I don't have one. Never played it. You get your V-Bucks back by doing the battle pass? What the fuck? Whatever happened to just buying a game and playing it? And people wonder why I'm so antisocial. You bought it for $8? You said it was free. I'm getting mixed signals here. Instead of buying it for $60? Yeah, but the difference is, in 40 years, you'll log into Fortnite and nothing will happen because the servers will be down. Meanwhile, in 40 years, I'll load up this game and I'll be able to play it from beginning to end. You know, and I'll still cherish it when Zelda's on Breath of the Wild 17 or whatever the fuck it is by then. Is that the Skull Kid? Yes. Hehe, that was fun. I'll tell you what, I'll let you into a secret place. And yes, Volbeats, that is strongly implied to be, to the point of being all but confirmed, that Skull Kid. The Sacred Ancient Forest. So this is what they were talking about. That is pretty solid evidence for it being in the Majora's... It is in the Majora's Mask timeline. It is. I mean, as if the fact that the hero Shade and him howling songs from Majora's Mask wasn't enough. Wasn't Coffee Bean wanting evidence earlier? Oh, yeah. That's true. Oh, fucking hell. That's a lot of fucking shadow beasts. But I mean, really what more evidence do you need than Nintendo confirmed it? You know what I mean? Oh yeah. That's the stuff. This isn't like any part in Wind Waker. At no point anywhere in Wind Waker do you enter the Temple of Time or hear the Song of Time. What are you talking about? Big Wind Waker. What are you talking about? I love how it shows them rushing in to justify them being here. But no, like, what? You're making shit up. You're making shit up just to troll me. Yo, this music though. Don't you think there's something odd about that statue? In the grove and in the temple entry, there were always matching ones on each side, but there's only one here. Yo, I don't remember this music being so awesome. The ancient technology of our people sleeps in this place. We've searched all over and now we're so close I can smell it. Once we find that thing, we can go home at last. Oh, gracious, yes. We're so close. Please help us find what we're looking for. Alright. Nice. Yay. Oh look, everybody says the spinner never gets used again. You know what, let's just be on our way, shall we? Let's not worry about these. Did I see they're making an Elden Ring manga? Why? I mean, I know the reason why. Money, but what's it even going to be about? They made a Bloodborne comic too. I saw that. I heard it wasn't great. The Sekiro manga is sick. Alright, a Sekiro manga I could see being pretty good. A stamp for the Hylian letter L. Great. So I can hold this L, right? Man, it was worth a shot. Oh my god, camera, please. With the shakies. Okay. You have zero memory of this temple? Were you high when you played this one too? You were 12? I mean, my question stands. You could be high and 12. And have you really not played Twilight Princess since you were 12? That's too long, my friend. It's time for a replay. I mean, if you're not chilling with Midnight at least once every 5 years, Ganondorf wins, you know? The first time you smoked weed, you were like 22. I think I was 18? 18 or 19? But some of my schoolmates were well versed in the devil's lettuce by that point, shall we say. Stop breaking the pots! One of your friends that you hung out with every day got into it when you were 16 and got expelled like a month in. You were good and pure though. I bet. Didn't try it till it was legal here. Yeah, it's legal where I am now. It's still not legal where I grew up. But if I wanted to, I could become a pothead completely legally tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow. They might be closed on Sunday. But you know what I'm saying. Want to play Twilight Princess soon? There are just so many games to play through. You know how it is? I do know how it is.
And Twilight Princess is better than basically all of them.
Whoops. Easy. Rod. I am the statue worshipper, or whisperer rather, I should say. Sorry for the slip of the tongue. Worship is a word that comes to mind often when considering statues. Bonk. Literally one more step and I would have been fine. Actually does remind you of a part in Wind Waker. What, all the command melody stuff? Because I'm pretty sure this is like version 2.0 of that. Because in Tower of the Gods you control statues. Wait, how do I get up there? Someone in the Halo community made a discovery today. I'm listening. In Halo Reach, apparently, if you turn the bandana skull on, it re-enables the Scrapped Hunter boarding feature. Oh, that's pretty cool. Although I feel like someone would have discovered that before now, you know what I mean? It's been modded back in before. Okay. The fact that the skull enables it is news. Could be the new update accidentally did that. Just tried, it seems pretty complete. Wonder why it was scrapped. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would guess that it just seems complete, and it's not actually fully implemented. At least not everything that they wanted to do. Not everything that they wanted to do with it. Stamp. I disagree. Could be they were worried about the Halo purists complaining. Nah, they'd never do that. People hate cool things because it's new. Feeling personally attacked right now. As well I should. Look, I don't inherently dislike new things. I dislike new things that disregard what already is. Because if what's already is good, then the new can't just be new. It has to justify its existence. Change is something that must be argued for, not simply accepted as inherently good. You're pretty vocal when a new thing is bad. Are you though? Are you though? Just being new. See, it's not that it's just new. Like I said, change is something that needs to be argued for. There needs to be a damn good reason for it. Case in point, the fact that you can just kill Ganon with a fucking mop. It's It's not good. No matter how cool it is. But cool is good? No, that is not true. They are not synonyms. I've never been to Shake Shack. Cool is under the category of good? No, it's not. They're two completely separate concepts. Otherwise, the phrase, "that's cool, but," wouldn't exist. Killing Ganon with a mop is not cool. It's not. Not when it's been firmly established that it takes an extremely powerful magical relic to actually kill the dude. But cool has a direct positive implication. It depends on how you weigh factors. Me? I rate consistency higher than coolness. Like, say, for implies a separate factor in the thing in question that is cool but also does something bad. No, it implies that the coolness of the thing in question is offset by a negative factor that the coolness alone cannot compensate for. Offset by a negative factor, a separate factor from the coolness, which is a separate factor from... Yes. That's what I've been saying. You're the one making the argument that something is good just because it's cool, when that's not the case. The quality of something is a measure of all of those factors. You're saying if something is cool and doesn't have a negative factor? Yes, in that instance, something is cool and also good. But that doesn't mean that coolness alone makes that thing good. Cool plus neutral effect in the game equals positive thing. Not necessarily. Because even if it has a neutral effect in the game, it could have a negative effect in the lore. Which, I don't care what anybody says, matters. Something that's cool and bad. The fact that you can just go and kill Ganon with a mop and not do anything else. I mean, hot take, but I'm of the opinion that the fact that the Master Sword is optional is a bad thing. Killing Ganon with a mop isn't cool, though. Such an arbitrary take? No! Obtaining the Master Sword has always been a major story beat in Zelda since the Master Sword's introduction, since the third game, since Link to the Past. You know, the first one where the technology was actually advanced enough that they could have an actual story. Playing the game as intended, it still is it not? You can't argue that running straight to Ganon isn't intended when Nintendo themselves were the ones who made a big fucking deal about it when it was revealed that it was possible. And in fact, even in the original Zelda, you couldn't kill Ganon without the silver arrow. So even back then, you needed a special magical item. You couldn't just go there. The intended first experience. Look, you want to go right to Ganon? Ask them to introduce a boss rush mode. That's basically what happens if you go straight to Ganon. You have to fight all the blights from the dungeons. And then you get to fight Ganon. That's the boss rush mode right there. But it's not. A boss rush should be a fun side feature. Like if we look at games where, you know, the whole go anywhere, do anything stuff. Unless something is explicitly stated by the developer to be canon, anything that's optional can't be assumed to be canon. That's why stuff that's optional, like, for instance, say, in Elder Scrolls games, I guarantee you when we get to Elder Scrolls 6, they're going to talk about the assassination of Titus Mede II, which happens at the end of the Dark Brotherhood questline, because that's a big fucking deal. However, it will not be canon that the Dragonborn did it. Because that's an optional quest. They'll just say that, well, if the Dragonborn didn't do it, then somebody else just fucking did it. Heavily implied, yes. Heavily implied that you're not ready to do that. Not explicitly stated. There's a boss rush in Ocarina of Time 3D. You know how you unlock it? You kill a boss on that save file. Now you can play it. You don't get to start with it. That's what you're saying, though? The route that they want you to do the first time is the normal route where you kill all the blights and get the Master Sword? True. But you don't have to. You don't see that as a problem. The fact that the boss rush, quote unquote, is incorporated into the story means that you can't say it's not canon that Link didn't rush right to the castle and kill Ganon. Unless Nintendo explicitly states that he didn't. But Nintendo would never do that because that would encroach upon his precious freedom. That is a ridiculous argument. It's exactly the way they've managed canon in the Elder Scrolls games for over a quarter of a century. What do you mean it's a ridiculous argument? Tons of open world franchises do that. I mean, hell, in Witcher 3, you have to answer a series of interview questions in order to simulate a Mass Effect, or sorry, I'm thinking about multiple things at once here. You have to simulate a Witcher 2 save file or use an actual Witcher 2 save file. But that's the thing, Murloc, there is no normal route. Motherfuck. You can't have both be canon. Exactly, and that's why neither is canon. Okay, listen. The Dark Brotherhood questline in Skyrim ends with the Dragonborn killing Titus Mede II. They can't canonically say the Dragonborn killed Titus Mead II because the player might not do that. All they can say canonically is that Titus Mead II was killed. If you don't have a specific detail in your playthrough, then they can't say that it's canon. So there's no way to canonically say that Link killed any of the Blights and the Divine Beasts, did the Master Trials, did any of that Champion's Ballad bullshit. The only things that canonically can be said is that Link awoke, left the Great Plateau, went to the castle, killed Ganon. Because everything else could or could not be done by the player in their particular playthrough. So unless Nintendo is just going to come right out and say, no, all those people who ran straight to Ganon, that never happened. Which I don't think they're going to do because they're all about freedom now. And they wouldn't want to invalidate those people's playthroughs. They'll just say, oh, Link went and got the Master Sword later. It is not canon whether you do it or not. It's only canon if you're required to do it, or Nintendo comes out and says it is canon, and neither of those things is the case now. The fact that the dragon... You're not listening to me, Murloc. The fact that the Dragonborn killed Titus Mead II is not canon. Only the fact that he died is canon. It's a matter of how the company decides to handle it. Yes, and I don't have faith in Nintendo to handle it properly, because they apparently value freedom so fucking much. Which doesn't bode well for lore or storytelling. What am I doing wrong here? Eyeball weakness. You're saying that's a totally different situation from the Breath of the Wild situation? It's not. It's a fantasy open world RPG. With extensive existing lore. It is not a different situation, it's exactly the same. Like, there have been open world fantasy franchises long before Zelda went open world. I don't know why people are acting like Breath of the Wild in particular is so fucking special. The events of what happened. There's a big difference between Titus Mead II being killed by the last Dragonborn, perhaps the most important figure in Tamriel of the 4th era, versus some random no-name assassin. There's a big fucking difference there. Both in the story and the lore. That's a huge fucking difference. But nobody would know if... Okay, you don't want to use a side quest as an example? Let's take the main quest. Say you didn't have to do any of the season unending stuff, or You know, meet with Delphine and team up with the Blades, or you know, anything that you actually do in the main quest of Skyrim. Or we'll take Oblivion as an example too. Say you didn't have to go find Martin Septim. Say you didn't have to retrieve a Daedric artifact and Tiber Septim's armor. Say you could just use your magical asshole to just open a portal straight to Sovngarde and kill Alduin. You would not still be able to say all that other shit was canon too. Whereas now they can. Because the only way to get to Alduin is to do that other stuff first.
Explain.
3 of the mirror shards are ours. Just 1 left. You saw how nasty that monster was, right? The evil within the shards is more powerful than you can imagine. You know, we could be assembling something truly terrible here. It could be something that we'll ultimately have to destroy. I do almost have the whole mirror. That's the 3rd dungeon I've done tonight. I am fucking breezing through this game. They don't, though. You're making up a scenario that doesn't exist, and if it did, they would probably make it so you can go somewhere accessible to fight Alduin and get your ass beat. Unless you had the skill to beat it at such a low-ass level and without the right skills that let you beat him. You're right. I'm making up a scenario that doesn't exist. Because the people who make the Elder Scrolls would never do that. Because it wouldn't make any sense. Which is my point. There were statues in the front of the temple. This hypothetical scenario, especially in a game like Elder Scrolls, would be fine. So what you're saying is, you would be fine with an Elder Scrolls game that has no canon main quest. I'm not compartmentalizing anything. That has always been the Elder Scrolls policy. If it's required, it's canon. If it's not, it's not. Period. You're right, it's not required to go to Alduin right away. But if it wasn't required to do anything else to get to Alduin, then nothing that the Dragonborn does to get to Alduin would be canon. None of that other shit would be canon. If it's not required, it's not canon. Here's what I'm looking for. The intended main route would be the canon one. There's only one route, and that one route is canon. That's a rule that's not a rule I'm making up. That's what Bethesda has done for the entirety of the Elder Scrolls' history. They won't even take a canonical stand on whether or not the player character in Morrowind killed Vivek or not. One of the god kings of Morrowind. They won't take a canonical stance on that because it's not required that the player kill Vivek. But the player can. I'm not making it up. In Oblivion, if you hear the events of Oblivion referenced, you'll only ever hear the champion of Cyrodiil being mentioned as doing required things from the main quest, or the Knights of the Nine expansion, or the Shivering Isles. The required main quests of the game and each of its expansions. That's it. You won't hear about the champion of Cyrodiil doing anything with the Dark Brotherhood, or the Thieves Guild, or the Mages Guild, because none of it is canon that he's the, or she is the one who did that. Is that a choice you make in the main story? You meet him, and you can choose to attack him. Is he shown to be alive in the future stories? No. In fact, he's canonically dead. But it is not canon that the Nerevarine is the one who killed him. In fact, there are conflicting stories depending on the source. All that is said canonically is that Vivek disappeared around the time of the Oblivion Crisis. That's all that can be said canonically. That sounds fine. It is fine, because killing Vivek isn't part of the main quest. What I'm saying is, for Breath of the Wild, all that can be said, canonically, is that Link woke up, went to the castle, and killed Ganondorf. And I think that's a boring as fuck story. The story of everyone is the same if you look at it. No, it's not. In this game, you are required to go through 8 dungeons. You reassemble the Fused Shadow and the Mirror of Twilight. You cannot finish the game without doing both of those things. This incarnation of Link, the hero of Twilight, canonically did all of those things.
I'm culture.
I'm not glossing over anything. If Link can kill Ganon without doing any of the divine beasts, without doing any shrines except the ones on the plateau, without getting the Master Sword,
See if that one will.
then you can't say definitively, canonically, that he did any of those things. Do you not start the game, go to Ganondorf, and kill him at some point in the story for every game? Yes. I'm talking about all the other shit. You're not getting it, Murloc. I'm talking about everything the fuck else. Because this game requires you to do the Forest Dungeon, and the Death Mountain Mines, and Lake Bed Temple. We can canonically say that the hero of Twilight did all the dungeons that are required in this game, met Midna, killed Zant, killed Ganondorf, reassembled the Fused Shadow, reassembled the Mirror of Twilight. We can say all of that is canon, because you can't finish the game without doing those things. You can finish the game in Breath of the Wild without doing the Divine Beasts. Therefore, we can't say that Link doing the Divine Beasts is canon. We can't. And I don't think it's a controversial stance to say, if it's optional, it's not canon. You don't know that's how it's going to be handled? I think ultimately what Nintendo is going to say is, whether Link freed the Divine Beasts individually, or he killed Ganon, and when Ganon died, his influence over the Divine Beasts disappeared. The end result is the same. I think that's how they're going to handle it. And I think that's going to be lame as fuck. If they even bother trying to handle it that way, because I'm not convinced most of the Breath of the Wild fanbase gives a shit. They don't need to say anything. The end result would be the same for every single Zelda game if they did do the same thing Breath of the Wild did. Yes, it would, but they didn't. We have details that are canon, not just big picture stuff. Look, I have to come to Kakariko Village here to finish this game multiple times. Therefore, we can canonically say that the hero of Twilight came to Kakariko Village. You cannot say that about the hero of the Wilds. They haven't continued the story yet? What story? That wasn't me testing you, Murloc. That was me taking a shot at the game because it's notoriously light on story. Whatever you do in the main route of Breath of the Wild. Well, in the main route of Breath of the Wild, you do the Divine Beasts, if you feel like it. You do the Master Sword, if you feel like it. The Master Trials, if you feel like it. The Champion's Ballad, if you feel like it. Ultimately, all you do is the tutorial, and then you kill Ganon. That's all that can be definitively said for any player. Making a pretty big leap, assuming none of that will be canon. I'm saying that the end result will be the same. And we will have no details except Link killed Ganon. Because they can say, oh, well, the divine beasts were freed when Ganon died, or was sealed, or whatever the fuck they did to him. And then Link just went and got the Master Sword just cuz. You can guarantee at most only 0.5% of players actually killed Ganon right away on their first playthrough. I seriously doubt it's even 0.5% of that 0.5%. But the fact that it's in the game and the story accounts for it means that is the most we can say is canon. The most we can definitively say is canon. We can't confirm that anything else in that game is canon at this point. We can't. An optional challenge that is likely non-canon, but it's an optional challenge that consists entirely of canon details. Link waking up on the Great Plateau, doing all the shit there, meeting King Rome, getting off the Great Plateau, and then killing Ganon. Those are all things that happen in the game, regardless of the path you take. It's everything else that can't be determined with 100% certainty to be canon. We're going straight from A to Z, and it's B through Y that can't be confirmed to be canonical. An option like this is very different from something like a story choice that you can choose during the main story. That would lead every player to choose something different, like say killing Nerevar or not. Well, that's the thing, you can do as many or as few divine beasts as you want. You can do the Master Trials or not, though it's a DLC, so I'm not sure why you would buy it and then not do it. And then the Champion's Ballad, which again is a DLC. You could not do that, though I'm not sure why you would, because it's a DLC. You paid for it. All you're talking about is thousands of those story choices being made at once. Taking every story choice between the tutorial and the final boss and just saying, nope. And every single one of those choices is something that we cannot determine with certainty the canonicity of. And by the way, it's killing Vivek, not Nerevar. Nerevar was canonically killed. That's how he reincarnated into the Nerevarine. There is something about Ilya's memory that I wish to tell you. I know you're busy, but please come visit me in my sanctuary in Kakariko Village. Yeah, that guy. Look, all I'm saying is, everything between the tutorial and Link killing Ganon, we can't confirm that it's canon. And if we can't confirm it, we have to assume it's non-canon until Nintendo explicitly states that it is. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why that's a controversial statement. What you're saying is that this isn't a story. It is a story choice. You don't have to go and free Divine Beast Varuta. Your story choice is whether or not you do that. You say no. You're drawing a distinction where there is none to defend something that you think is neat. You're right, Murloc, it's not canon that Chief gains his shields by beating people up or that grunts blow up with confetti. But those things aren't essential to Halo's lore. It doesn't fundamentally change the sequence of events. If the grunts blow up with confetti or not. You can't say with certainty that it's not canon. In fact, it could be argued it's nothing but canon. Because if you take anything out of that challenge mode, then the story doesn't work. Because Link has to finish the tutorial, and Link has to kill Ganon, or the story doesn't end. And it's everything else in between that's optional. Did you hear what the shaman said? I've been waiting for you. Fortune has smiled upon us. If things go well, we should be able to help Ilya recover her memory. Do you know Telma's friend Shad? Well, it seems he is researching the heavens and he has come here to see the statue in the basement of the sanctuary. And as I have learned, when Ilya was saved, she overheard someone talking about the Rod of the Heavens or something like that. The Goron Elder believes that to help her regain her lost memories, we must piece together the fragments of her past. Which means, if we work our way backward from the very place where she lost her memory, we may find something that will restore it. Now we must retrace Ilya's path. I am certain it was Telma who cared for her before she arrived in this village, was it not? It would be best to speak with her first. Please take this to Telma. Alright. You can solo a lot of dungeons in WoW at max level. Is any dungeon in WoW canon? Is any individual dungeon canon? Or is it just the major story beats? Also, you can't compare an online role-playing game to a single-player fantasy action not even action RPG, action-adventure game. They're not the same thing. They're not comparable. But, let me entertain this for a second. They're all canon. What's canon about them? If I ask you, who dealt the killing blow to a particular dungeon boss, is there a canon answer to that? Oh shit. I'm a wolf. Sorry, sorry.
You need to
But that is such a minor detail. It's not! It's not! Asking who did it is not a minor detail. And it's either the main character did it, in which case it has to be required, or it's not required, and therefore there is no canon answer. Exactly, Volbeats, unless Nintendo comes out and says that Link freed the divine beasts before fighting Ganon. We can't say with certainty that Link did that. We can't. Well, if it isn't from Renato, the shaman. All this writing and he doesn't bother to mention a thing about little old me? Honey, that is what I call rude. Well, there's no accounting for the foolishness of a man. And at least I understand Ilya's situation now. Of course I can lend a hand for that adorable little girl. What else do I know? The first one to bring Ilya to this shop was that doctor. Maybe he knows something, but he's a crusty old bat, that's for sure. Ah, I've got it. Honey, you go ahead and take this to him. This magic little paper will get that codger talking. His tab. And you can't say that he didn't. It doesn't matter whether I can say for sure that he didn't. Because I don't have to prove a negative. That's how arguments work. I don't have to prove that he didn't. It's on you to prove that he did. But you want me to prove all of the other things that he didn't do? You want me to prove that he never took a shit? You want me to prove that he never looked west? There are an infinite number of things that he could have not done. Until Nintendo says otherwise, I think it's safe to say the normal route is canon. Just like you can't say the God of War reboot is canon until Ragnarok comes out. Doesn't matter how straightforward and clear-cut the story was. We can't assume that. We can't. There's no evidence definitively that he did. Unless every single person does it, every single playthrough. Is it safe to say it? Yeah, probably. But you can't say it with certainty. All we know for sure is that he killed Ganon. You can't assume that with literally any game that hasn't gotten a sequel yet? We can't say that Halo Infinite is canon? Yes, we can. Resident Evil 7 got a sequel. Number 1. And number 2... What do you mean, no, we can't? It's... With the exception of Elden Ring, those are all sequels to existing franchises. What are you talking about? It's not the same logic I'm using. No, you're not. You're trying to make the argument that unless a game has a sequel, then the canonicity of nothing in that game can be confirmed. So you're saying that everything in every game that hasn't gotten a sequel, in the case of many games, will never get a sequel, is therefore non-canon? Even things that are literally required to beat the game. That's absurd. No, I'm not saying that if something hasn't been confirmed in a sequel, it's definitely not canon. I'm saying if it's not required to make the credits roll, it's not canon until confirmed otherwise. No, I don't see how I sound to you because that's not what I'm saying at all. No, you're not, Murloc. I'm saying the only things that can be confirmed to be canon are the things required to make the credits roll. Until a statement is made to the contrary. No, because you can make... There are things that are required to make the credits roll in games that don't have sequels. If you think that's what I'm saying, all that's proving to me is that you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. Yeah, what's that? Just as I wondered who it might be, I see it's the admirable young lad who is willing to help the Zora boy for nary a single rupee. Just what is it you want, lad? A physical? You've some money, don't you? Creeper. No, you're not, Murloc. If anything... I didn't dismiss it because it's an MMO. I dismissed it because... I made my argument and you said those are minor details. I asked the example of, can you say that any particular person delivering the final blow to any particular dungeon boss is canon? And you said no, that's a minor detail. Okay. Is anything that happened from the end of the last dungeon to the end of the dungeon we're discussing, is any of that canon? Or is it all just quote-unquote minor details? The Stormwind Militia didn't kill Van Cleef. A gang of Alliance leaders didn't kill Van Cleef. A band of adventurers did. That is the canon. Yes. Yes. Exactly. You can't say for certain Who killed Van Cleef? Just some adventurers. That's my point. Who were those adventurers? What were they doing right before and right after? You can't say for sure, because that's determined by the player, so it can't be canon. You can't say for certain if a mage, a warrior, an archer, or whatever killed Alduin, just that the Dragonborn did. It's the same thing. Okay, regardless of whether the Dragonborn was a mage, a warrior, or an archer, there was a figure called the Last Dragonborn, who in the 201st year of the Fourth Era was brought to Helgen along with some Stormcloaks to be executed, escaped execution when Alduin attacked, went to Whiterun, spoke to Jarl Balgruuf, retrieved the Dragonstone from Bleak Falls Barrow, defeated the dragon at the Western Watchtower, was summoned to High Hrothgar by the Greybeards, went to Ustengrav to retrieve the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, discovered it wasn't there, went to Riverwood, met Delphine, got the horn, went to Kynesgrove, killed a dragon that Alduin resurrected there, infiltrated the Thalmor embassy, escaped the Thalmor embassy, went to Riften, found Esbern, brought Esbern to Delphine, and then traveled with them to Skyhaven Temple. Returned to the Greybeards. At some point gave them the horn of Jurgen Windcaller. Learned Dragon Red from Paarthurnax. You see my point? All of these things are canon because these are all things that you have to do to beat the main quest of Skyrim. You can't beat the main quest of Skyrim without doing any of these things. And therefore all of these things are canon. Or at least we can assume them to be when the next Elder Scrolls comes out, because that's how Bethesda has always handled it. That's how multiple studios with player choice in continuing series have handled it. These are the things the player did. No, not the player. These are the things the Dragonborn did. You don't have to group up with people, but grouping up is the canon. Well then WoW has exactly the same problem that Breath of the Wild does. Look, I'm saying if it's not required, it can't be confirmed to be canon unless whoever's in charge of deciding what is canon in that franchise says otherwise. I don't know why that's such a controversial statement to you. Adventurers, Dragonborn, what is the difference if both can be literally anything? Because the Dragonborn is a singular figure. The Dragonborn isn't one non-specific adventurer. The Dragonborn is an individual who does multiple things. Possibly the most influential figure of the Fourth Era of Tamriel. who the Dragonborn is not canon. That's not true. There are aspects of the Dragonborn that are canon. The Dragonborn is obviously a mortal born with the soul of a dragon. That is true in 100% of cases. The Dragonborn is the Thane of Whiterun. That is true in 100% of cases. The Dragonborn is declared Ysmir, Dragon of the North by the Greybeards. That is true in 100% of cases. That's not vague. There's a reason they're called the last Dragonborn. Because they're the first one to show up since Tiber Septim. That's not vague. What race and fighting style is the Dragonborn canonically? Do you have an answer? No, and neither does Bethesda. Because it's not needed. No, not exactly. You're not making the point you think you are. I'm talking about events that occurred. It doesn't matter what race and fighting style the Dragonborn is. They were at Helgen. They went to Whiterun. They went to Bleak Falls Barrow. They did all of these things no matter what their race or fighting style was. Right, and I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that it's not canon that those things were done. I'm saying you can't canonically say who did them. I'm not saying they're not canon. I'm not saying that it's not canon that those bosses were killed. Unimportant detail. It's not an unimportant detail because frankly I would like to know. It's not an unimportant detail whether Link freed the Divine Beasts. It's not an unimportant detail whether Link got the Master Sword, because the Master Sword is required to kill Ganon, or an artifact of equal strength, not a fucking broom. Those are events like completing the dungeon? Yes. And I'm saying if it's not confirmed that Link got the Master Sword before killing Ganon and used it to kill Ganon, it can't be said that it's canon that Link got the Master Sword to kill Ganon. I'm literally saying, if it isn't this way, it can't be said to be this way. In this case, the equivalent to what you're saying is the unimportant detail would be whether or not Link got the Master Sword and used it to kill Ganon, which isn't an unimportant detail.
Quest.
You've given an example of a game where... Can those dungeon bosses only be killed explicitly by specific artifacts? Many of them, yes. Okay, where do you get those artifacts? Sometimes quests, sometimes dungeons, not always required. Well, if you can kill those bosses without the things that are required in the lore to kill them, then Blizzard's fucking up their lore. No, I just wasn't standing close enough. What is this? I remember something. I was confined somewhere. Yes, and I was saved by whoever was confined with me. And when that person set me free, they gave me this statue. You do the raid to kill Deathwing. You use the Dragon Soul to kill Deathwing. You can go right into that raid and do it. You don't have to do any of the leading up dungeons and quests that show where you got the Okay. So you can kill Deathwing without the Dragon Soul. But it's still canon that Deathwing was killed with the Dragon Soul. It happens to be that way in WoW. Yeah, but how much does Blizzard give a shit about their canon? Based on some of the WoW content creators I've heard speak, not very fucking much. Look, all I'm saying is, if it later comes out that it's canon, that Link did all of the stuff in between leaving the Great Plateau and killing Ganondorf. Or killing Ganon, rather. And Nintendo just ignores the fact that you can beat the game without doing any of that stuff, then that's shit. It's utter shit. Why is that shit? Because the sequel is going to assume that that happened. And if the player doesn't do it in Breath of the Wild, and then goes to the sequel, and the sequel makes the assumption that the player did do it, then the player is explicitly being said to have had an experience that they didn't. And that's shit. Nobody did that though? Yeah, but how many players skipped the Master Sword and didn't even know that it was in the game? How many players didn't do all 4 divine beasts? How many players didn't recover all of the memories? How many players didn't visit the Hateno science lab?
Image calculator.
Probably a lot less than you're thinking. But they exist. They do.
What we eat.
And those people need to be accounted for. What is another Zelda sequel game, and does it specify that an optional thing in the first game was canon that would set the precedent? Okay, so... excluding the timeline. Only Zeldas that are explicitly sequels to other Zeldas. Link's Awakening. Majora's Mask. Phantom Hourglass. And that's pretty much it, I think. So for example, the Big Goron sword is optional in Ocarina of Time. Link doesn't have it in Majora's Mask. Nor is there any reference to him getting it. Even though it's the best weapon in the game, damage-wise. And it's not a contradiction to what I said earlier. It is the best weapon in the game damage-wise, but it still can't deliver the final blow to Ganon. Don't assume the Dark Souls story was done by some naked madman who didn't take a single nick from an enemy blade. Nobody's saying that it is. That's my point. You can go through Dark Souls without getting hit, completely naked, and make the credits roll without getting hit. Is it canon? You can't prove that it's not. That's your argument. You can't prove it's not canon. You're saying that a challenge run isn't canon? Yes, but me going through Dark Souls without taking a hit doesn't change the canon. Yes, it is a crazy challenge run. Nobody's debating that. But it's one that the game accounts for. And it's something that, in the lore, if Link is as good as they say he is, he could feasibly do. Because you have to remember, before the Great Calamity, Link already had the Master Sword. When he gets it in Breath of the Wild, he's just going back and getting what's already his. Because you have to remember, when the Great Calamity happened, Link was already among Hyrule's best warriors. He was the personal knight of the fucking princess of the entire kingdom. he was already a competent warrior. It's conceivable that he could just go straight to Hyrule Castle and beat Ganon's ass. Or at least it would be if he had the fucking Master Sword, but he doesn't have to get that. And I don't think that crazy challenge mode is worth making the most iconic weapon in the series and a major story beat for every game that it's in optional. I just don't think that that's the case. I don't think that's a good decision. You see no reason to assume the worst as I am, because Nintendo has taught me to assume the worst. In separate areas from canonicity of their stories? No. They've taught me to assume the worst in their canon too, until proven otherwise. It's canon that at the end of Wind Waker, Hyrule is destroyed forever. That's canon. Hyrule's gone. It's not coming back. That's the worst. What Zelda game have they done such wild thing? I mean, I just said Wind Waker, canonically they destroy Hyrule. And considering the series is about Link saving Hyrule, I think that's pretty fucking radical. Didn't you say it's a separate timeline, so it's all canonical? It's canon for that timeline. I admit the concept of canonicity is slightly more complicated for Zelda because there are 3 separate timelines. Arguably 4 now with Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, which involves time travel shenanigans, and apparently, to my horror, is canon. Yeah, the main quest is kill Ganon. That's literally the first objective it gives you. With a quest marker and everything. I'm pretty sure. But here's the thing, you've got that quest objective, kill Ganon, in your quest log as its own thing the entire time you're doing everything else. The entire time. It's a separate quest from the Divine Beasts. still confused about one thing I'm arguing. If Breath of the Wild 2 comes and confirms that you're right and all the main quest stuff, from the Divine Beast to the Master Sword, etc., is all canon, I think that's stupid. Yes. It's like, here's the thing you want, and you're like, I don't want a solution, I want to be... No, the thing I want is for the challenge mode to not be in the game. That's the thing I want. And I think if they come out and say that all the other shit is canon, that Link canonically did all that shit before going to face Ganon, even though in the game you don't have to, I think that's cowardly. I would accept it, because ultimately they're the IP holder, and therefore the final arbiter on canonicity. But I wouldn't be happy about it. They're standing up and saying, yeah, you chads who managed to beat Ganon right away. Yeah, that wasn't canon. The story we tried to tell was canon. See, I'd be fine with that if there was a story, but there's not. There just isn't. All of the interesting parts of it take place in the 100-year time skip. Most of the cast is already dead when you wake up, and the game begins. All the most interesting shit happens before the game even starts. And if you think I'm speculating, those events are covered in Age of Calamity. And it's a much more interesting story than Breath of the Wild. Then you're upset about the story of Breath of the Wild, not the fact that you can kill Ganon right away. But that's the thing, they go hand in hand. You do this with all the games you don't like. You find something you have legitimate issues with, then go around finding scapegoats that aren't problems and treating them like problems. Okay, so let me ask you this then. What is something that you think I have a problem with that's legitimate? Because from where I'm sitting right now, it sounds like you don't think any of my qualms with the game are legitimate. Because if the game doesn't have a story, then I don't see how the canon could be anything but that. That's story not havingness. Let's say Breath of the Wild had a really good story. Alright. I mean, it did, but none of it actually takes place in the game. But go on. Suddenly killing Ganon right away, not a problem? No. Because even if it had a great story, the fact that you can just entirely skip it means its canonicity is still in doubt. Unless Nintendo comes out and says otherwise. Not if they confirm that's not canon. If it's not canon, we're conflating two different things here. I'm pointing out instances of things you can do but don't have to, and therefore are not canon. You're pointing out instances of things you can do but don't have to, and saying they are canon. Well, remember the example I was using was the side quests in the Elder Scrolls. You can not do those things, and therefore it's not canon that the Dragonborn did them. If Breath of the Wild came out and said that everything in their quote-unquote story was canon, then that's a bunch of things that essentially you have a bunch of optional content in both cases, and then drawing different conclusions about canonicity. This is optional, therefore not canon. This is optional, but still canon. And I don't think the second one is good. Difference here, that is a side quest. Yeah, but like Volbeats pointed out, the main quest in Breath of the Wild is kill Ganon. Technically, everything else in the game could be considered side quests. What is a side quest? A side quest is a quest that is not required, that you get some reward for Did I just shoot his arrow out of the air? It is an optional quest that you don't have to do, but you get some reward for doing. So you may be motivated to do so anyway. Could be considered as a weak argument. It seems clear what they mean to be main quests, and is not just kill Ganon. Dan Brain Hiccup. Well, I mean, I am multitasking here. Wait, are you the savior? It's you, the savior. Hello, Impaz. Fell into decline and became infested with dangerous beasts. Also on the verge of that. Going to listen to your body? Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't fault you for that one. Ah, I knew it. So then you saved that nice girl? How lovely. When she was here, she would often cheer me up by saying that you would come to help. That sweet girl, she worried about this old woman even as I helped her to escape from here. By royal order, I cannot leave this place until a certain person arrives. No matter what terrible fate is visited upon it. Oh, but listen to me blather on. I have a favor to ask. Would you help me return this to her? I think she always kept it close to her heart, but even so, she didn't hesitate to part with it in order to protect me. Ilya's charm. I believe in my heart that it's kept me safe all this time. So please, I ask that you return it to that girl. You got it, Impaz. So yeah, I'm assuming you're peacing out, Murloc. Have a good night. Volbeats, if you're still around, could we get a shout out for Murloc? Murloc's cool. Go follow his stream. Even if he has questionable ideas about canonicity. Troll. Thank you, Volbeats. Alright, now where did that Howling Stone get to? Ah. Here it is. Who is watching me transfer? Is it the fucking chicken? Oh my fucking god. I just want to do the fucking Howling Stone. Please. Been watching and enjoying Murloc's stream lately. Murloc is entertaining. And I would not say that if it wasn't true. I enjoy Murloc's stream. Even if most of what I do in there is argue with him the way I just argued with him in here. Oh, fuck. Could never do this. What, the Howling minigame?
Let teachings of old pass to you. Take sword in hand and find me.
Alright, golden spirit wolf sitting right outside the front door of Hyrule Castle. I'm sure that won't perturb anybody.
Spirit one copy.
I know it's there so you can do it before the final boss,
You could ask.
but I'm gonna go do it right now.
What if one feel relief?
Time to finish the story of the Hero of Time. I'm gonna beat this game tonight? No. I've still got 2 dungeons and Hyrule Castle to go. I've already been live for almost 7 hours.
That's the wrong sound effect.
At last, the time is now. This is the 7th and final hidden skill that I can pass on to you. This forgotten skill is the ultimate secret technique, and it tests the true courage of the one who wields it. Do you wish to master this final hidden skill, which can be earned only by the one true hero? Very well. Then before we begin, I will test you to ensure you have mastered the last skill I taught you, the jump strike. Excellent. It appears you are certainly capable of performing my lost art. Very well. My final hidden skill is the Great Spin. Let it be hewn into your mind.
Yes, Volbeats, that's correct. Unless Nintendo says otherwise. Which I think they actually did. I don't know, I'd have to double check. So technically Nintendo would have a history of... Technically, if that is true, then Nintendo would have a history of doing exactly what I'm afraid of them doing.
You have at your disposal the basic sword technique known as the spin attack. You have mastered numerous hidden skills and now house the spirit of the true hero. You now have in you the ability to magnify the power of your spin attack. But the only time you can draw out that power is when your life energy is brimming full.
Oh, thanks.
Now try unleashing this spin on me. Impressive. I will repeat this once more. You can only perform this technique when your life energy is brimming full. Remember this. The final hidden skill, the great spin, has been passed on. You have at last mastered all of the hidden skills. Although I accepted life as the hero, I could not convey the lessons of that life to those who came after. At last, I have eased my regrets. You who have marched through countless foes, each mightier than the last. You who now gaze to the future with vision unclouded. Surely you can restore Hyrule to its stature of yore as the chosen land of the gods. Farewell. Go and do not falter, my child.
And that is the end of the story of the hero of time. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it's the only thing that's stated in the canon is that the hero Shade trained Link.
Activating weapon.
That gives them some wiggle room. I don't know. Because technically that's true. Even if, I just realized my bot isn't using the custom name. What the dicks? McDan bot. An unspecified amount of training, yeah. Now my bot's not working at all. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah, shit, it's always something.
What you Meteor was
Yeah, I updated OBS today. Didn't even realize that it was doing that. God, that's annoying. I knew you once. Yes, this feels so familiar, the scent of hay. Worked earlier, which is weird. That is weird. What if I set it to me? No, that doesn't work either. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Oh, for God's sake. God damn it. There we go. I logged out and logged back in and it fixed it. Wow, that silence was probably painful. My apologies. Try it now, Tech. Or Volbeats or whoever. Anyone, just shout out anyone. Alright, McDan bot's back in business. Okay, if you want a criticism of this game from me, here's one for you. This whole getting Ilya's memories back thing, it's kinda half-baked. It's never really explained how she lost her memories. And the reward for it is a whistle to summon your horse from anywhere, rather than using the grass. Which you get after you've already gained the ability to warp everywhere. Use it while outside to play my ass's favorite song. I forgot that I named Epona my ass. Fuck. You don't need to worry about me any longer. Whenever you return, I'll be waiting for you. Do you remember what I was saying about the rod of the heavens? Well, actually, it was about the messenger to the heavens who held the rod. The nice woman who saved me told me about it. Apparently in this woman's village they've guarded something for the heavenly messenger for generations, so they await him. But they can't give this item away until the messenger arrives with the rod. That's why the lady couldn't leave her village, you see. Do you have any idea who this messenger to the heavens might be? Or even what the rod is? I have some idea. I say, old boy, aren't you... I'm a bit of a regular in Telma's bar, so I've heard of you, and of your exploits in battle. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Shad. I'm looking into the Hyrulean legend of the sky beings known as the Uka. To think that you would appear here with such perfect timing. You really are a rather extraordinary fellow, aren't you? I found it at long last. Observe this statue. It's the same as the one in the manuscripts my dear father left me. There are many similar statues around Hyrule, but this one seems to be different. Here, look at the belly. There's something written there, do you see? This too was in my father's notes. It is called skywriting, I believe. Awaken us with the word that breaks the seal. Yes, indeed, that is what it says. Wait a moment, isn't that Ilya a friend of yours? It's simply tragic how she lost her memory. And that rod of the heavens she mentioned. I'm sure it has something to do with the word that breaks the seal. Isn't there any way to restore her memory? I'm certain it would help figure this all... I already did that, so... Okay, basically confirming what we have to do now is go back and see Impaz. Sorry. Impaz. That's a hell of a loading screen right there.
Take a rainbow.
I already forget where this fucking place is. Wait, isn't the bridge somewhere in the desert? It is. I'm pretty sure.
What have you?
Wait, is there really? Ugh. There's really no way out of here, is there? Alright, that's fair. If I recall correctly, there's a warp point somewhere in the desert and I never got it, so... that's what I get.
What going to you?
Yeah, we'll just have to go to Lake Hylia. Get in that way.
Oh, exactly.
Feels annoying, man.
With what want to you?
Alright, here's another criticism of Twilight Princess. This is dumb as fuck. They could have just had him sell you some rock climbing gear or something, but... no, we gotta put our fucking whimsy on it. Let's go ahead and shoot Link out of a fucking cartoon cannon. Oh, there's the bridge.
It's going to be what?
Wait, late, you sleep. Have a good night. Alright, Tech. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for modding. And all that other cool stuff. Always good to see him. Sleep well. Here we go. This is the warp point I never got. You know, because I didn't get the bridge earlier. Alright, got him. What is this thing? I think you know, Midna. Hey, it's my ass. By the way, as was established earlier, in Wolf-Link form you can talk to animals, including my ass. Even though you change shape, I still understand you. Hurry up and return to your true self. My ass likes when I'm human. Sorry, Hylian. Sick dodge, bro. You see this? Do you see this right here? This by itself makes this better than any other Legend of Zelda game. You can't even pet the cat in Breath of the Wild. In Twilight Princess, you can pick the fucking thing up and cuddle it. I rest my case. Is that girl doing alright? I haven't much to offer, but please make yourself comfortable here. Alright, so do I just have to show her the Dominion Rod? Hey, that rod! That's what she said. Is that the Dominion Rod? Could it really be? Are you the messenger to the heavens? Among the legends of my clan, there is a story from the time when the Uka still maintained contact with the royal family. Yes, it is said that a mysterious rod was handed down from the people of the sky, and it was called the Dominion Rod. The rod was only to be carried by the messenger to the heavens when the royal family needed to communicate with the Uka. From generation to generation, my ancestors have guarded the book that, by royal decree, was to be given to the messenger to the heavens. This is that book. Please take it. Yes. This book is written in the ancient language of skywriting. I'm so glad I stayed in this village. If I had not met that young girl, what would have become of me? Meaning that girl must have been ordained by the gods so that I could be here today to pass on this knowledge. No. Okay. No effect. What the dicks? I thought I could fucking check it. And I was like, oh shit, I don't remember that. And turns out there's a reason I don't remember that, because it's not a thing. Yo, dude, I got a book. I got a book. What's this? Ah, it's skywriting. Where in blazes did you get this? You don't suppose this could be the word that breaks the seal? Right, let's try it out. No reaction. So it is not this statue. Thanks ever so. You have brought me one step closer to solving this puzzle. I shall give the book back to you. Now I shall try out this word on other statues. I have made the rounds of these statues so many times that I have memorized their locations. I will place marks on your map so you can find them. Come find me in case you have questions. Remember, every one of those marks is near an owl statue. Now if you'll excuse me. Yeah. The writing in the book was a spell that imbued the staff with magic. Now you can do to the other statues what you did before. So he did say he would mark your map wherever there was a statue, didn't he? Then we should go check out those spots, right? Yes, Midna. That would be my assumption. Ah, it's the red flags, alright. So yes, we will have to go to all the owl statues, which we will do next time.